Why, hello there. Hey, hi, welcome on in. Howdy. Good evening, y'all. I swear that instrumental did not sound like an instrumental. I feel like I got jib-baited. It looks like just a moment ago we saw a little bit of degraded output bitrate. And so we had some dropped frames over the network. I'll be monitoring that to see how that continues to perform over the next, well, however long the stream lasts, which I expect will go for a while. I do have a hard cutoff tonight, so we won't be going any longer than the cutoff, which is going to be set based on a deployment that I'll be doing later tonight. I've got to run back on into the office to deploy a major update to one of our critical customer-facing systems. So I will be leaving around 10 o'clock Central, more or less, give or take a bit. Yeah, I think there was a single instrumental song in that list of quote unquote instrumental songs. I definitely feel like I've been jib-baited. But we're gonna let it run and see if we can actually find an instrumental in this list of instrumentals. Maybe we'll get lucky. It is from a various different mashup of artists, etc. So, hey, I mean, one of the artists or albums has to have something that's actually instrumental, right? Right? Eventually. But it looks like these next two are going to last for the next hour, so I hope we like them. Because it's 30 minutes and then another 30 minutes. We may wind up skipping them. But yeah, so the plan for today is TLDR, a streamer friend got my coder brain in gear, and I have the urge to code and code and code. So today we're writing a plugin. We're writing a streaming plugin. Where is my, yeah, there we go. Let's move me over to here and maybe flip me since we're backwards. Transform, flip, horizontal. That definitely did not put me where I thought I was going to be. Or maybe I shouldn't flip that because it's actually synced over to which monitor I'm going to be looking at. So we'll put me right in between the two. But we're going to be coding today. We've got a nice little preview of what we're looking at down here. And up here, we have our code. Except that for me, it's over here, so I'll be looking off in the opposite direction at times, while switching back and forth between the two. But thanks to a combination of, I forgot to turn that on. Insert facepalm here. Already being scoffed, and it's not, what, 30 minutes in yet? Yeah, we've been live for 18 minutes, and I didn't even turn on my program for running this thing. Seriously. Oof. We are already being scoffed. All the scoff. All the scoff. Absolutely necessary. But here we go. We have our nice little... Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Oh, okay. That's where it is. It's on both of those. Let's just lock that in. And then maybe I do need to move myself just a little bit because I'm kind of in the way. But that shouldn't be a common thing, at least. Yeah, let's put ourselves right around there, maybe? Yeah. Pull off studio mode, and let's clip our size and pull ourselves in right around there. Yeah, that's better. That'll work. So that we're not in the way, but we're in the way. We've got up here all of our code across 3 different categories. And we're setting up something that looks kind of like this. I said this. Yeah, it's right there. Render. Refresh. There we go. That's better. That's better. That right there and right there. Let's remove it from up here. Just hit this, this, this. And pull us back. Okay, we're back. And I guess I should probably move that from the corner over to the center. So let's just shift you over, because we want you more like there-ish. Yeah. And just for good measure, make it a little bit more visible. Wait, I can't unselect it. There we go. It was not deselecting. Okay, it's plenty large. I don't think we need to keep switching back and forth if I do it like that. Let's take that and pull it over to the center of the screen. Yeah, there we go. Then offset it a bit to the right. Wait, no. It's not center. Center vertically. Yeah. I think that's fine. Right there. We're good. We're good. And that'll work. But we have a couple of different controls here. We're able to start and stop our timer. We can get rid of it. We can bring it back from the grave. And then we can restart it. So the combination of all those gives us a pretty good amount of functionality to do whatever it may be. But we need to start adding some commands for it. I have a few, which is like stopwatch. Stopwatch. Wait, it's is it trying to delete my, is it actually deleting my message? I don't think it's actually deleting my message, is it? Hababa! Let me find my little wave emote. There we go. Hi, hello, good evening, howdy. How are you doing? It's nice to see you, friendo. I am well. I just got back from work. I am in a programming mood. I've got this little timer down here that I'm working on. Another streaming friendo got my coding gear in gear. My coder brain cannot be stopped. I must code. I want this to be all set up. And so, well, we're doing that. A nice little streaming widget that I desire to make work. But I've actually got to run off later tonight to do a major system deployment because we're having all sorts of fires at work. So before that happens, we're just sneaking in some programming in between. I'm not necessarily looking forward to that deployment that I've been talking about. I think I have to go into the office at 11 o'clock tonight, since that's once the downtime just sort of like starts hitting. Because we have this thing where the hours sort of go like this, up, plateau, and then down. And well, I need to be right here, right around 11 o'clock tonight, where it's finally getting low on that curve. Yes, the text is now the curve. Don't mind me. It's like from 11 o'clock to like 4 o'clock in the morning. So we've got a little window of time in which we can actually do that deployment. So until then, I've got some code that I want to write. So we're writing all of this for fun until we go in and do more code for work at a nice late hour. But even then, things aren't going necessarily badly. Just got back, just got dinner, sitting down and getting some nice comfy vibes. Although this current song is a little bit weird. It doesn't sound like much of a song. We might have to skip that one. But it is well. Thank you for asking. How's the home internet situation been progressing? I know that's been a continued journey. I don't think you've gotten to where you're doing the mocha yet, but you did get the Wi-Fi mesh in just a few days ago, and you had mentioned the initial impressions from that. Has that actually been working up for you? Has it continued to hold up the way that you had expected? Or is it looking like the results are actually a little bit different from the initial results that it looked like? Sounds like a lot of fun. Oh yeah, that late night deployment's gonna be fun. But you know what? At least I enjoy programming in general. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing all this for fun. So, I am gonna hop in, and it is gonna get done. And I'll try my hardest to actually enjoy doing it. Although, pretty much everything else over there I do actually enjoy, so it's not all too bad. I don't dislike it. I haven't had to do any late night stuff for a while since our last other major system deployment with one of our clients. So it's not too bad, not too bad. So far, speeds have been pretty solid. No issues with the routers doing anything wonky. Oh, that is good to hear. Routers being awkward is always a pain to troubleshoot, especially if you have a sort of like master mesh instead of like a master slave mesh where one is the controller and then everything else is reading from it. The multi-masters, getting them actually working and not constantly getting in a loop of overriding each other or something, or configurations going out of whack when it goes down then comes back up again. That can be interesting. Tallulah! Hello! hi, howdy, good evening, how are you, friendo? Running a speed test right now with my wife and kiddo doing their things and watching stream. Pulls up 751 down and 902 up. Oh, that is solid. So you're getting a pretty good chunk of your fiber line. Hey, Tallulah, how are you doing, friendo? Lou! Here, let me send you a wave because I can't actually wave with my streaming model. I can do this little wiggle. But, I don't have anything geared up where I can actually move the hands for waving yet. You say you've been working on your thesis. Oh boy, that's exciting. Have you been enjoying it? That actually sounds like, oh, so much. Because you get your fun, nerdy things that you get into. You said you were studying history right now for your master's, if I recall. This isn't your doctorate, if I remember correctly. That definitely sounds like a lot of fun, though. And there are so many fun things that you can do with history. Some teachers make it dry when you're studying it in preliminary education early on. But there's so much that just is really fun and doesn't deserve to be a topic that kids fall asleep in. There's just so much great stuff out there where you can make it's a story. It's the story of our past. And so many things go in. Oh. Oh, yes. Your professors know how deeply you delve into history. Yes. I'm sure they're looking forward to your thesis. That's going to be a lot of fun. Love it, but so much reworking. Yeah, I get that. Because you got all this information, and you just got only so much space that you can pack it into. You're limited in space, attention span of the people going through the thesis, even though, yeah, we're up there in academia, and we can make it through a lot of grueling stuff. You do still want to present it in the way that's most appropriate for something that you feel so passionately about that you want to get out there. I totally get that. And it doesn't even stop after finishing your master's. You still wind up doing smaller versions of the same thing afterwards. As you're going on with other things that you want to work on. So I totally get that. I'm so happy for you. That sounds like a joy. I already have someone in the field wanting to see your thesis when you're done. Oh, that is exciting. That is exciting. So you got some stuff lined up. Where are we? We need to write the commands and refactor these. I think I had a to-do list that I wrote down. Let me actually pull up that to-do list and put it on stream. Where was it? I've got my notepad right here. Here we go. He's a guy in England who sold me some of the artifacts that your thesis is about. Love token coins. Oh, that is exciting. Okay, I can totally see why he would love to see your thesis when it's done, especially if it's related to the artifacts that you're looking at and looking into for. Oh, that's exciting. That's gonna be so fun. So many trinkets and other things out there, like, where did this come from? What was it for? What was the significance of this? How was it used? And well, why did they even have it to begin with? And you can go so many places as well. That is neat. Just by the sound of it, love token coins. That sounds like it's going to be a very fun topic. Oh, yeah. Began as a love tokens of all kinds, but narrowed it down to coins. That makes sense. That can be a very, very broad topic. If you wanted to go into any detail, it sounds like you're pretty limited if you don't actually narrow it down and say select this. But then, hey, listen to all this other cool stuff that I looked into while I was also doing the thesis. So you got all those stories for later too. Because there's just so much information out there. You can't limit yourself in what you want to look into because it's fun. It's exciting. I get that. I mean, behold, I'm a nerd. There is no end to the man-made stuff that I'm always researching. I can't not. It's very different, but that kind of passion, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. Been hellish, but I am alright now. That's good to hear. That's good to hear, friendo. We are glad to see you still above water and doing well. I need to get me a sip. I'm gonna run my throat dry. Tex, shut up. We'll see if I still have a voice by the time I run back into the office in about 4.5 hours. Okay, I've got my to-do list. I need to post that up somewhere. Can I write Can I add a little overlay here for that? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Gonna lurk while you eat, write, and do D&D. Oh, D&D is fun. Our session was not in session last week. We took I think 1 week off as a break after finishing up an arc. But, oh, that's fun. I'm excited. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. It's nice to see you again, friendo. I hope you enjoy the lurk. Enjoy the food. Definitely the D&D. And, fun topics. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you again. Thanks for dropping on in. Where's the, is there a way to put Markdown into the stream directly as formatted text? Well, I guess I could do a text source as that's not it. Well, you know what? Honestly, I guess that will actually work. Let's just put that in there. And wait, why are you okay? Here, let's switch that. And then hit that and yeah. I need to fix the size of this thing. It is so big. So big. What is chat log? Oh, that's what that is. Yeah, there we go. That hits that. And where's the font size? Is there actually a toggle to set the font size instead of just resizing the thing as a whole? I think the answer to that is, ow, bit my tongue. I think the answer to my question is no, chat. I don't think I can just resize that down. So we're just gonna drag this until it's no longer off the edge of the screen. Can we make a... Yeah, there we go. That's good. Move that over here. That's reasonable. And can we make one more tweak to it? Just to make it a little bit more readable. The answer is no, we can't. Okay. What on earth did I just click? Okay, guys, we're already scuffed. Okay, that's still readable, right? It's bigger than the other font. Hold that down like that. Yeah. And put it over here. And I think we're fine. We're fine. Okay. With that, let's start doing some of these refactors. We want to take this and start hitting some of these refactors that we're talking about. We want to switch that to our single or our backtick quotes. We've got this function here called parseArg. Apparently it's a different name than what I said it was. We're using this in 4 places. We want to switch this to these, since those are going to be replaced. In each of these locations, we should swap that out, just so that it continues to parse properly. Oh, I accidentally hit F1 and opened up my browser. Well, good job, Tex. Good job. Here we go. And we got one more hotkey. Swap that out. Okay, those are good. Those are good. We also want to rename all of those. Do a $ stopwatch. And let's record a hotkey and switch out that with timer and close the recording. And then find these and rerun that recording. That'll save us just a little bit of time here. Oh wow, it looks like my mic is just a little bit high. We're getting pretty close to peaking. I think that's okay, right? As long as we don't actually peak and go into the, like, -2 or 0 range, we should be okay. You don't want to peak your mic. That's where you start getting that awful, awful sound. I could say, let's turn the volume down really low so it doesn't sound terrible. And then just cap out that. And this just doesn't sound good. It sounds like someone's speaking way too close to a microphone. It doesn't have that smooth voice. No one wants to hear that. So yeah, as long as we're not actually peaking too much, we're good. We're good. Some of the streamers that are out there in like the 50,000 viewer range, they've got these really cheap headset microphones and they're playing on video games. And they've got their gain cranked all the way to the max and they're screaming into those mics. And it just sounds like someone is scraping their fingers against chalkboard while they're speaking. And as a sound engineer, that just hurts my heart. I listen to it, I'm like, no, please, don't abuse your microphone or your viewers' ears like that. You're you're audible, but it doesn't sound good. It does not sound good. Just take a few recommendations that you can get from vocalists and the sound engineers that do the EQing for popular recordings, and it'll only take you 15 to 30 minutes to get a nice, smooth, buttery audio setup. As long as you have your channels separated out to where you can control them individually, you're golden. You're golden. Ah, I did it again. I pressed F1. I keep doing that. When am I going to stop pressing F1, chat? When am I going to stop pressing F1? Okay, so we've got our quoting and parse args, that's set, and we've renamed our variables. We do still need to refresh that inside our plugin system so we can start using that. But before that, we really want to add this command for setting our countdown. Over here in our config, if we scroll up, we've got our settings here that actually configure how the timer works, whether it's counting up. So if you just start this again here, let's toggle it. You see how it's counting up right now down here. And sometimes you say, well, you want a 30-second timer that's going to count down and then stop at 0. That's what this... We want to be able to control which direction it's going in. It turns out, counting up and counting down isn't all that different. The biggest difference is what happens after you pass 0 and start going into the negatives. So if we were to reconfigure this really quick, we want to set the duration and the countdown. Let's come over here, take our config, and say we're going to do a 10-second duration. Ping us every second when we get to 5 seconds left, and then ding at us once we run out of time. Configure that, save that, and then just copy all of this into our system. Let's switch over to that program here and paste it into our overlay. We've got to deploy that to the system for the HTML. What changed? Oh, that's what changed. Okay. Take the style sheets, copy that into there, and then take this nice small 300-line script, copy that, and paste that in. I would love a way to do this without pasting it and having to refresh it. We see now we have this 10-second timer down here. This should be able to do a countdown of 10 seconds when we start it. We're going to say, oh yeah, I wanted to know if it actually deletes my message. Timer start. What? Right, I never, Oh, it can delete my message. Well, look at that. That's cool. I should disable the part where it actually deletes my messages. At least for now while we're testing. We're gonna edit that really quickly here. Go into each of these commands and make it so it doesn't actually delete my message. What was the configuration to do that? Oh, it's a global. Okay, so we need to back out of this and go into our global settings. Those are over here under the command settings. Okay, update that. And don't delete chat messages when run. Okay, there we go. We are set for our development. With that We're going to say stopwatch start. Start. Well, it looks like we broke it. Okay. Why? Why is it broken? We can debug this if we pull it into a browser. We just gotta come over here and grab the source ID. I keep misplacing that window over and over. What we're gonna do is pull up the local URL for our overlay. Wait, that's only the widget. I need the overlay itself for the URL. I guess that's going to be under the general. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. That would be under the general settings. Okay. We're going to take that, move this to a new window so that we can add this into our strim as a window capture. And it's going to be our Chrome mix-it-up overlay. That is not the right window. Let's not show that yet because we don't have the right thing. Where is it? Chrome, mix-it-up, overlay. We were so close, it didn't quite grab the right window. But now we're good. Now we're good. Okay. We can take the client area. That's fine. And woof, that is right. But yeah, that is about right. Although the softer colors are easier on the eyes. So I don't care if it's washed out. We're going to let it wash out a little bit so that it's a little bit easier to look at. Because that is gratingly bright. And if we come in here and inspect, we'll get our site inspector over here and we can say, okay, what is actually going on here? Open up our console and say, we're going to start this thing. Okay. We are seeing some messages over here about things that don't really concern us too much. But what we're not seeing is any indication of what might be going wrong. It seems to me like our script over here, if we pull this back into the background, too far down. There we go. Yeah, now we're in the background. Isn't actually setting our counting values. We can look back at this again and say stopwatch. It's not stopwatch anymore, it's timer. Window.stopwatch. Window.timer. What did we call it again? It is window.timer. I guess we need to rename that and say change it to something else. So we're going to come back over here and rename this to say window dot timer widget. And yeah, that looks good. Let's refactor that. Okay, cool. And what do these take? Why are these angry? Oh, right. It expects a possible time. I should change this to number question mark because it's not required. Yeah. So that typing should be updated so that it can recognize correctly that it doesn't require a time. If it's not present, then it will default to the current time. But you can create multiple things off of a given time otherwise. Now we look at this. It says, hey, you can actually say don't pass a... Oh, you can't see those windows. Weird. Is that because it's a window capture or a game capture or what? This is a window capture. What if I switch that to a game capture for it? Does that help at all? We'll set this and allow overlays, and then bring this down into place. Is it actually capturing it yet? It is not. Okay, properties. Yeah, allow transparency. Okay. You should just come up. You don't want to show. Why you don't want to show? Okay, let's see. I guess that's fine. How does the foreground window with hotkey work? There's a setting for that somewhere here. To say, here's the hotkey for foreground game capture. Capture foreground window. Sure, let's try that and see what happens. Man, you do not want to show up. Well, okay, you're not going to be able to see the overlays, since it wants to be rude and not actually give us what we're looking for. But you know what? We can deal with that. Let's pull this back up into existence and give us some detail on screen. Yeah, right around there sounds good. You can kinda see that. It's a little bit small, but it is there. But that'll give us something to work with. Okay. And I think we can probably bring this just a little bit further by taking our main source and pulling you over to a left aligned. Not easily? Okay. We'll take a little cheat here and say we're gonna just sort of force it into place. And now we're kinda out of the way. That'll help a bit. Yeah, that'll work. At least for now. Why is this using the old UX? We've got settings. And that's going to force this to restart. It'll update our UX to something a little bit easier to read. We've got our project here. Just self-doxing there apparently with our URLs. No one look in the history. No one look in the history. No, I ain't got anything too bad in there. But so we've got all this. Why is it? Oh, because I didn't collapse that. Okay. Yeah, our context menus just still do not show up. That is sad. But still, we have enough to proceed. We have enough to proceed. Let's take this and say, why don't you actually start? It could be because I didn't actually get all of this into place for our system. So what we should do is, yeah, we should have access to this now. Let's take this, copy it into our widget. For our script. And then refresh our app. Window.timerWidget does not exist. Interesting. So can we declare that ahead of time? I think we can. I don't like vars. They have problems. But it will work for what we want to do short term. Since that'll make it a global as a guarantee. So we're going to take this and edit our script to allow a var for it. And we should now be able to access timer widget. Not defined. window dot. Copy this in and let's update our script. Save that, hard refresh, and launch it. We've got our update here. We can look at the details and say, what are we seeing? Expand this here since we don't need to see all of that. And say, what is this exactly? Okay, we've got our script. We should have our other script right here. That's the style. Main div. And then if we click back into here, update. That is seeing our var, but we're not seeing the access to said timer widget. So we're going to set this to, Okay. And then can we switch this? Yes, but that's a little bit annoying. I do prefer the order of that. So if we copy that and pop that into our plugin over here, we should actually be able to see something when we hit our refresh. Timer widget. Do we have access to it yet? What are we seeing inside our elements here? Alright, that's inside our iframe. That's where we gotta go. So open into our iframe. Okay. And now we should have some of what we're actually looking for. That's our CSS. And here's our script. We want to open this up in a new tab. Or I guess in our sources panel. Man, we're not even seeing them. That is mildly frustrating. It is getting inlined. So do we have access to timer settings? Yes, we do. Well, if nothing else, I guess what we can do is timer widget equals null. Set that. And then over here, we can say we're going to update it, since that comes from our other source now. Okay. And then copy this in for our script, so we can actually debug this. And then remember to actually kill off the debug related stuff afterwards. That'll be what we're looking for. Okay. So with that, we should be able to see it's already been declared. Who's trying to declare it? We don't need that anymore. So we can update that in our script. And then check this out. Say, show us the money. And now we should be able to say window.timer widget, or just timer widget. Timer settings. If we expand this, let's remove that console. Why is that all blue? Oh, that's a script. That makes sense. Here we go. Going into the body. And here's our script. We should be able to access that timer settings we see right here. Okay, we do see it. And now we have our timer. We can see the state of the timer. And then try hitting a start on it. We need to set our focus into the iframe in order to actually access that document's timer. That makes sense, since that is iframing. Does that iframe's location change each time? If not, we might be able to simplify this. Let's try opening that in a new tab. And saying, okay, we've got this, let's access our timer widget. And then if we try to start it, does it actually make a difference to it over here? It looks like it's staying pretty consistent each time. We're still seeing that 706. Okay, cool. But counting is undefined. Did we forget to include our counting somewhere? Timer widget equals new timer. The timer constructor does not set counting. But if we hop into our source on a start, counting should be set to undefined. Interesting. Okay, so that means our parsing isn't working quite the way we're expecting. Let's follow this up and check out that script. That will tell us what is exactly up. If we hide this and then say reveal this in our sources, we should be able to find what exactly is going on with our script now. Here's our source. We've got our constructor. This is a really weird background noise. What on earth is this? Let's just skip that. Yeah, that's better. Look at that. We actually found a instrumental this time. Yeah, that's nice. There is Wi-Fi at the peak of Kilimanjaro. That's the name of this song. That's an interesting song. Interesting name for a song. 6:45 p.m. art duration. That's interesting. 6:47 p.m. art duration. Oh no. It's because $time over here is something specific. We can't use $time. It's what broke everything. Okay, the debugging was worth it. That identified exactly what's up. Why am I showing all of my bookmarks? Let's hide those. It's not like any of that is bad per se, but it doesn't really need to be there. In fact, we can probably just safely yeet. And be happy. Yeah, that sounds fine. Okay, there we go. Let's take that and replace all of these. If we do a search for timer and open up a search on that, we're going to go to each of these and swap that with let's give this widget a name. What should we call this? Names. Hey, ChatGPT. Well, since you bookmarks keep wanting to show up, I guess we'll leave those there and do it like that instead. Chat GPT. And hide that for just a sec. You know what? Yeah, I know how I can do this. We're gonna close that, pull this back. And then pull that up in a new window. And we can pull that back as soon as... Yeah. Okay, that's safe. Lessons learned. The hard way. Give me a couple of names for a customizable stopwatch or widget, timer widget that lets a video gaming live streamer customize their settings for their stopwatch or timer overlay. Name suggestions. Stream Chrono Flex. Game Time Customizer. Okay, those names sucked. Can you give me a couple of ones that could be used a little bit more reasonably in a professional setting? Flexi Timer Pro, Custom Chrono Master. I do like the Chrono theme in the name. Could you give me a few more recommendations that are based on that name instead? Okay, configurator, customizer, Flex Pro. Why is it called Flex Pro? Why is this called Flex Pro? What? I don't understand, guys. Chat, I don't understand. Why does ChatGPT want me to flex my chrono All over the place. All the chrono. I don't understand. I guess if that's what's meant to be, we will flex our chrono right off the edge of this stream. Yeet. But really, okay. What else we got here? Master Suite. Taylor. Modular. Chrono modular. That doesn't make any sense. Oh no. I did not mean to open that up in a new tab. Configurator. Precision. Craft. Flexion. Why are you including flex in so many of these recommendations? How about a widget name based on chrono for something that's configurable for countdowns and what do you call it? Count up? Upward counting timers. It implies flexibility. No, that is not what you're implying. That is not what you're implying in this context. This is amusing though. I love that right there. We need to pin that. We need to hold on to that for a while. Chrono config, chrono conflex. You're still trying to give us that chrono tally. Chrono tinker. I think I'm okay with that. We're gonna call this chrono tinker. Why not? So weird. Okay. Let's just yank this in and start updating some of this with our new... Whoa, we got an escape inside there. Our new widget name. And this needs to be lowercase. And then anywhere where stopwatch or timer is, we need to switch this out with, whoops, that. Rename this from timer to chrono tinker widget and do refactor. Hey, it didn't update. Let's copy that and then paste it into there on all of those lines. And then find other places where timer is included. This needs to be updated. And then let's just open up these search results so that we can update it across the board. And this is going to be chrono tinker. Do refactor. Okay, we've got that in our clipboard. What did I just do? Is there a hotkey for this? Control-Alt-Down. Control-Alt-Down. That'll take us to the new result. Okay, we're gonna rename this to Chrono Tinker. So we have now new Chrono Tinker. Okay. That does still need to be timer. That's actually what it's for. And then this needs to be Chrono Tinker. These need to be Chrono Tinker. Let's copy that just to make sure I didn't get it wrong. Paste that back in and then put that in our clipboard. Okay, cool. And then hop to the Control-Alt-Down next result and paste that in for each of these. Replace, and then do a new search for timer. That's good, that's good, that's good. That's good. That's good, that's good, that's good. It looks like all of these are fine. We're set. Nice. Okay, cool. Is there a presentation that we can do for this? Not exactly what I meant to do. Can we exit out of that? That was not super helpful. Lessons learned. View. That's not it either, chat. That is not it. I am regretting attempting these. Okay, one more try. One more try. Okay, that wasn't anywhere near as helpful as I had hoped it would be. We're just gonna give up on that. Okay. But so that looks like it's been refactored appropriately. We can copy that and update our widget with all of that new code. Copy this into place, put it into our style sheets, and then copy the script into place and put it into our script for our configuration here. Then finally rename the name of our widget and save that. Now we should be able to start. Or not. At least we can still show and hide. If we bring this back over to our overlay here, I think we should be able to see what is going on. Can we reveal the contents of this somehow? I think we can. We should be able to see what we're looking for. We want to find our... We already updated that. It should be saying Chrono Tinker now instead of timer. So we want to do a hard refresh on this. Okay, cool. It is actually updated. We want to do a hard refresh of our script over here. And check this out. Okay, we are saying Chrono Tinker. And now we should be able to try a start. And that's going to update this script. Oh. Our commands haven't been updated yet to use the new values. So we need to update the commands for our script to use all the new variable names. Okay, so we're still back at this step right over here. Rename the variables from stopwatch to what is now Chrono Tinker instead, since we've given this a new name. Let's update that. And the command name is actually going to be changed from stopwatch to timer. But the widget variable names need to actually change from stopwatch to Chrono Tinker. The reason for why those are going to be different is because what you type in chat shouldn't be Chrono Tinker. It's too long and hard to remember. But it does make something that's very easy to search for when you're looking around on the web to find something. So the name of the app that you would actually use versus the name of the command that you would use would be a little bit different here. So we need to find all of our special identifiers that we're setting and update those to be our plugin name. So we're going to take the Chrono Tinker part of this and copy that into our clipboard so we can paste it into our variables. In fact, we're just gonna copy that all together and pop that into these ones right here. And save these commands. These ones don't deal with the variables at all, but I think this one does. Yeah, so we need to edit resume. And that's going to change one of our variables. Copy that into active. And start updating each of these. Oh boy. What am I? Oh, things were disconnecting. That's what that noise was. Okay. Why are you disconnecting? That's weird. Okay. This needs to be edited. This needs to be edited. Along with its name. And I guess we should actually set some delimiters in here so it's a little bit easier to actually read these. Yeah, there we go. That's much nicer. We're gonna save that. Can only contain alphanumeric characters. Okay, fine, we don't get to do that. We have to remove our underscores we just started adding in. Let's save that and complain about not being able to use underscores in variable names. And then suck it up and live with it, I guess. That's kind of how it is sometimes in software development. You just gotta deal with that at times. And this is one of those times. Hydration, yes, wonderful. Okay, this command needs to be updated. There we go. Rename this. Rename this. Okay. And then use the new name. Good. Rename this one. We are slowly but steadily making our way through. And fix that one. That hits both of the subcommands in that one. So that we can switch this to our new refreshed action group for our plugin. That sounds good. The variables inside this command are mostly updated. Set stopwatch pause is now going to be set chronotinker paused. I wish I could actually show this on screen. I don't have a good way of doing so at the moment. Maybe we can repurpose our window over here and use it for that instead. Is this the one that we're working with? Yeah, that's the one we're working with right now. Okay, here we go. So we need to switch each of these out with our chrono tinker, which is a timer resume, set chrono tinker active, resume from offset, set paused to true, paused, true, false, update date, good, set, good. So that means this is good, this. If we switch over to that, where's our new one? Man, it does not want to show you that new window. So we're just going to skim through that one really quick to make sure that it's all good, since this is a couple of windows deep. Show looks good. Hide looks good. Okay. Refresh is good. Refresh is good. Active is good. That finishes the resume, which brings us back over to start. This now needs to update to chrono tinker and resume, which now runs resume. Okay. Reset calls reset. Let's edit reset and switch over to that new reset window. Hey. There we go. Thank you, OBS. Okay. Update, refresh. Let's start from the bottom. Refresh is good. Okay, update is good. Otherwise, that wouldn't have already been renamed. And this can be renamed chrono tinker. So let's save that. Check how we're doing on time. 7 o'clock? Okay, we're good. We have enough to most likely finish this. Let's save that and edit it again. Hey, OBS, where's the window, yo? There we go, that's better. Yeah, those are now showing their updated names, so we don't actually have to go through and hit the name on all of those. Let's just hit those top names really quick. And can we just show this as well? Pull this off to the side. Yeah, just like that. And then add a new one for the one that we're currently working on, which is going to be that's not what we want it to be. That is. Okay, let's match this in size to our other one, roughly, and then pull this over to the closer to the center. Yeah, here we go. Paste that name in, and just save this for each of these really quick. Okay, those have at least been renamed. Now we can start from the bottom and work our way up through the timer commands. So toggle, let's set that for our overlay. What is the name of our window? That should do the trick. Okay. Let's edit this pause. Copy one of these and start editing our variables. So the toggle needs to be switched over to pause, which is the subcommand. And step through this from the bottom. Refresh is good. Save, offset. Starting from the bottom, reload is going to be from old date, or rather date old. Okay, and that's going to be Chrono Tinker date, comes from Chrono Tinker date old. I think we can probably improve this if we do something a bit more clever. We're just going to stick with that for now. Save the offset. Needs to be updated to the date old. Take the update. And okay, that is going to run the right command. That's good. Save needs to store to Chrono Tinker date old the value of Chrono Tinker date, and then we need to set paused to true when it's not true. Okay. When it is true, we need to resume from that paused value. So let's say date minus offset is going to be our new date. Okay. And this is going to call update so that it gets our new current date from our script. That is set. Fix our active. That looks good. Save that up. Okay, nice. It is actually pulling up the old window now. Chrono Tinker 88. I don't know who this Chrono Tinker 88 guy is, but we're probably going to have to teach him a lesson. Okay, this is going to call pause. That's good. When toggle is true. When it's not true, it's going to resume Chrono Tinker. Or Skrono Tinker, as this one was called momentarily. That's good. And this is going to be set off of the active variable. That looks good. This should be called set local toggle. And then save that. And hop on to our next one, which is stop. It's going to be hide and pause. hide is going to run the hide command, pause is going to run the pause command, so that's set. We hop into start. This is going to run reset, which is already done. But we'll get to it in a moment since it's up here. Make sure that that's happy. Resume is going to run the resume command, which is also right here. So that is set. We're going to save that, edit resume, and then it's going to call refresh. We've already set that up. That's from our action groups, which are the commands that don't have a chat command to actually run them. There's a bunch of different types of ones that you can save into here. Chat commands, background commands, also known as action groups or actions. Okay, this is going to run a whole bunch of stuff. Set the date by the offset. We configured that. Update the date, which is going to call update. And then set paused to false. And then active to true. And call the command resume is good. Save that. And then set up reset. Take it from the bottom. This is going to call a refresh. We already did that. And then reset. It's going to call update. Since that's completed, we can save that. And that finishes all of our renames from stopwatch to what's now chrono tinker instead of timer. So we should probably update that text in our to-do. So we're going to rename that to chrono tinker. Yeah, that looks good. And this needs to be chrono tinker countdown. We already finished this. So that one's finished. This one we have renamed, so that's finished. A command setting for the countdown, we still need to do that. And a composite command to run it with a timer config. We still need to do that. So this isn't done yet, and this isn't done yet. I think we're going to start with a command for setting the countdown, and then we can do a command for starting the timer with a preset of settings. All right. We're making some pretty good progress. Hopefully this isn't just getting to the point where it's not really followable. I do want it to at least be reasonably followable, so you can say, oh, this makes sense. But now that we've actually updated all those, let's try some of these. Pull back our overlay. We can get rid of the one that we had for all of our editors and hop back into our visual and have it show our old overlay window again from before. Move this into place. Huh. Is Twitch acting up right now? Or is it just me? It looks like I am having DNS issues at the moment, at the least. I'm not having network-related dropped frames, but I'm definitely having DNS-related issues at the moment. So let's see if we can't actually switch our DNS right now. Network settings, Ethernet, DNS, manual, IPv4 to Google's DNS, save that, and watch everything break. Are we now able to contact anything yet? Can we reach the outside world? Yes and no. I wonder if we're actually still live, or if it just thinks we're still alive. I can kill the cam temporarily to find out. Oh, hi, we reconnected. At least one thing reconnected. So the DNS update definitely helped. And I do see that CC is working, so I guess we're good. I don't know if we actually lost anything during that, but we'll work with it. We'll work with it. Wait, is it just happening whenever we're adding the camera back in? You know what? It is. Our camera is killing our connection. Okay. There we go. That should be better. Apparently, this entire time, I was streaming on my personal hotspot. Talk about scuff. That is a good job. Just recalibrate here. Hey now, what you acting up for? It seems like our cam is not happy. Reconnect that really quick here, and I think we'll be good. and then remount, and recalibrate. Yeah, there we go. That's better. We're all set. Okay, that was interesting. Now that, are we able to... Hey, look at that! Now we're getting our countdowns. So our variable changes were what really triggered this. We should be hearing some noise when that actually hits 0. Is it just because the music is too loud? It was definitely a lot louder the other day. So I don't think it's the music getting in the way. And in fact, if I pull up my sound mixer here, yeah, that's plenty loud. That should not be a problem. So I think our resources are no longer available. We're going to need to re-upload those. If we hop back over to here and grab one of these, copy that, let's see if we can still access it. Yeah, no longer available. So we're going to need to re-upload those. Let me just find those really quickly here and upload them to a different location. And then I think we can get access to start running our buzzers again. This is going to be stored in the Audacity folder. Here we go. And I want to upload that. Where am I going to upload it to? That might work. Okay, cool. That'll work in the short term. Let's put that into here. That's going to be our ding. Nope, that's the other one. Ding. And now we're going to do our tick. Let's upload this one. Select this text and put our tick into there. Save that. And copy. And then hit our overlay. Where do we put that? Overlay widgets. Update our HTML. Save that. And now we should be able to... Why is it repeatedly playing it? Here we go. 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5. There we go. It should be ticking. Yeah, there we go. Ding. Yeah, now that's loaded. It's loaded the assets. It's actually going to go ticking. 5. There we go. Give it again. It should be doing it from the very beginning. Yeah, it looks like it's having latency with the initial file load. That's interesting. Timer. Negative. Timer start. That is the start command, right? Yeah, that's start. that command should just... Okay, I see. I guess you actually have to say those need separate, distinct commands. And stream elements, please. Hush. Let's reconfigure stream elements so it's not trying to constantly do that. Because that is just a little bit spammy. Since we do want to prove that we can actually run the command too, that's going to be important. Let's open up our stream elements dashboard and reconfigure this. Okay. Hit our stream elements commands. Where is that configured? Okay, here's our commands. And then disable the timer. Is that a new command? No, it is not. That's fine, we want to turn that one off for the moment, because we are developing one. Okay, there we go. Now if we run another one, it shouldn't complain again. That's better. Did we break toggle? Oh, right, a disabled toggle. Let's turn that back on again. Yeah, so it does go into the negatives if your thing goes down below, and we'll try going a little bit further if you do that again and again. That's the difference between counting up and counting down. It would be nice if you could say on start, why aren't you resetting? Two, 1, 0. Okay. This should reset it and start it. That should run the same thing. Let's edit, start, take a look at it. Yeah, that does a resume and reset. Reset does an update and refresh. And resume does a set active. Reload date. And refresh. So you resume it and then reset it. Okay. So let's run reset. Let's set it back to 10. Let's run resume. Okay. But reset doesn't remove the values the resume is trying to load from. So reset needs to be modified. Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay, we're going to reset. We're going to pause. And then let's grab that overlay again that we were using earlier for that commands list. And that's not this one, it's the other window. Take that, scale it down. We don't need those other ones. Okay, and we wanna test some of these. We're gonna run the toggle, reset, toggle. That should have only paused it. It shouldn't have reset it back to 10 seconds. Pause. Okay. So that needs to render the old date when it's paused. It had been before, but it is no more. Let's hop back into our overlay here. What is it? Overlay widgets. And edit our config. Hop back into our commands and restart this. And then try pausing our count up widget. Okay, that should be saying 4 something seconds instead of 0. What is our code? Update 407. Excuse me. What do we have over here? We want all instances of our variables. We have date duration active. There should be one more parse arg. That's what was going wrong. That needs to be updated back inside our widget again so that it properly renders the old date. On page load. Hop into here, and we should be able to say start. Pause, resume, pause, resume. Let's pause. Okay, it stopped at 6 and held there. We're gonna reset it. Let's resume it. Interesting. I think we found a bug. Pause that. Reset. Resume. So reset also needs to set that same variable that resume is based on. So we need to check out resume and see what it does. Since it's fine for stop, which hides it, to not reset it. Pause that. Hop back into our render set by offset. Take that offset and then edit our reset to turn the offset back to 0. So we need to add a new command here. Let's switch this over to our window where we're actually editing that. It's not showing in the quick list of windows. Here we go. Here's our updater. We need to add a new special identifier and reset chrono tinker offset. Hey! Good evening. Hi. Hello. How are you? A friend got me wanting to program. And so I am coding this little monstrosity that you see over here. Yes, I am having a good old time. I'm a nerd. I can't help it. And so now that I've gotten started, I can't be stopped. I'm all I've been set free. I've been set free. I think that's the easiest way to summarize that. We're all in danger. But yeah, we're having some fun making a customizable little stream overlay. Why? Just because. It's all for fun. Thank you, thank you. If I recall, you're probably actually getting ready right now, since you've got what? About 75 minutes until it's time for you to click the button yourself. Which of course includes all the planning and preparation and self-care. And for sure chores that come beforehand, before you can say, okay, it's time to start broadcasting. You know what? We wrote a command for it, so we're going to try it out. We wrote this command the other day. I'm going to test it out. Is it actually configured? It's partially configured. It's supposed to show an overlay. Do I actually still have I didn't put the overlay onto this source. I didn't put the overlay onto this source. Silly me. That's another one of the widgets that we recently developed, just for the heck of it. Specifically, I wanted one that would let you do arbitrary clip and multi-shoutout stuff. So it was actually supposed to play a clip, but apparently I forgot to include the source that does that. We're just having a grand old time writing a whole bunch of different streamer utilities, all for the heck of it. But yeah, hi, hello, good evening. How are you? Man, always appreciated talented and tech-savvy people. I wish I was in that category of people. I know just enough to be dangerous, as indicated by all of this. Whoops, I forgot that I didn't lock that down. But as you can see from my avatar, art is not necessarily my strong point. I am hand-drawn. This is all me. But unfortunately, it's all me. Instead, I know how to give the designs to the people that actually do have to do the work. I can say, here's a great big project. Good luck, guys. Have fun. I'm here to give you any information that you need. I can probably tell you how to do everything, but don't depend on me. I don't know that I can save you. Whew. Excited to play some games? Oh, yes. I probably need to do more gaming myself. I haven't done a lot in a little while now. I need to get back into it. Uh, it's been all work and programming for me, and music. I just switched from major to minor in that. Whoops. But yeah, I need to get back into gaming again soon. Oh, Phasmo with the awesome time. Yes, that would be so fun. I have a couple of speedrunning and challenge run tutorials out there for how to make it through a couple of different types of challenge runs and speed runs. Those are always a blast. But you got to be careful if you try to do stuff like that. Namely, maintain your personal sanity. Not the in-game sanity. But yeah, that would be fun. I need to keep an eye out for when stuff is going. I also haven't played in like a year. You are absolutely going to hear me scream. You can probably imagine what that sounds like. Or if you've seen me playing Celeste, you have heard what me screaming sounds like. That game has jump scared me a number of times. uh, but yeah, we're just having a grand old time being nerds here. Saying, hey, start. Refresh. And I think we just finished writing in the thing that's supposed to actually toggle this thing so we can pause it, reset it, and resume it without it returning. Whoops. Okay, so that's still broken. Let's... Why is that broken? The reset should be resetting the offset. That sets it back to 0. Oh, it's supposed to be globally usable. There we go. Save that, reset, and then resume. Yeah, there we go. Reset. Need to go ready by lurking? Yeah, hey. I get that. I get that. I hope you have a wonderful time with the stream games tonight. I will be partially there. I actually have to run to work in about an hour to an hour and a half because we have a late night deployment. We have to deploy sometime between hours of 11 Central, so midnight Eastern, and 6 a.m. Central. Who wants to be up between midnight and 7 a.m. to do a deployment? But yeah, I do have a hard cutoff. I'll be running over to the office sometime during there, but I'm looking forward to it. I enjoy hanging out with y'all. So many fun communities to just relax. Speaking of, for any of y'all other nerds that are hanging out in there and sort of lurking in the background, you see Ru One-san in there. Go check her out. She has a wonderful, very wholesome and enjoyable community. You'll find some of the chaos. I do love a little bit of that. And of course, you can't not find chaos when you're on Twitch. Chat is just chaos itself. But Ruone-san is very kind and wholesome. I do love the clean communities, and that's what you're going to find over there. So for you other friendos there in the background that for some reason are listening to this crazy developer, I think you're going to love the vibes over there too. Go check out Ruse Day Tuesday, starting in about an hour here. I think y'all will enjoy it. Good luck with the preparation for Strim later tonight. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. I hope you enjoy it. Thanks for dropping by and saying hi. Uh, I'm not expecting to get a whole lot of visibility, so I'm surprised that people actually notice, hey, Tex is online. I don't really announce it a whole lot. I think today is the only time I've ever actually done so. But no, I do it for fun, so I don't have a whole lot of a schedule or anything like that. But I have fun with it. I just don't do it very often. So thank you so much. I'm looking forward to catching y'all in just a little bit later on here tonight. On that note, where were we? Hey, Chad, what were we doing? We've got the pulse. Oh right, that's what it was. Up here, the command for countdown. I think we just finished the pause, reset, and resume. If we reset that and then resume it, it shouldn't start from 0 again, or it should start from 0, not resume from like 8 seconds. Yeah, there we go. That's fixed. We do need to find a better way to load the audio tick. I know you can hear the tick there, the tick and the ding, because I can see it on the stream sources. And that's all fortunately configurable, as we've got over here. You can actually say, here, don't tick at all, I don't like hearing the noise. Do flash, but only flash. Don't make noise, or say, don't do flash. I don't want people who have like issues with epilepsy. I don't want to mess with them at all. The flashing can be problematic for them, but the ding is okay. So you can actually configure all of that in here to whatever you need. But I think the latency for that resource is a little bit high, because it is stuttered just a little bit. If we run that again, you'll hear that in a second here. It's going to count up to 10. Tick, 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 ding. Right, it's not tick, 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 ding. It's 5 ticks and then a ding. Because you have 5 seconds left, so it hits the initial tick. Yeah, that's right. It should give you 5 ticks and then a ding, because that's 5 seconds, and then the ding is the very end of that 5 seconds. Saying, hey, you're out of time. And then configure that to any duration that you want. We're gonna set this to not pause when it ends. And then say we're not gonna count down, we do want it to count up. Do I have that setting backwards? Countdown. Not none tau. Countdown. Okay. Default is true. Where is this being used? If countdown, then use the absolute value of the duration minus the elapsed time. Yeah, so that's not backwards, it's correct. The default should be false. And then this, we want to be set to false. So let's take that text over here and update our overlay accordingly. Where is our widget? Yeah, that's it. And then set our script. I don't think we've made any changes to our style sheet. We are going to set that. We should set something so that it pauses the animation, so it's not blinking when it's paused. And we should probably also stop that from continuing to count. Let's reset it to 3, 4, 5. Yeah, there is that little bit of lag time. Okay, good. It's not pausing anymore. That's what we want. Um, what was the other thing we needed to do? It is counting up. That's good. Looks like our configuration is what we expected it to be. That's at least helpful. This right here, this animation, we don't want it to be blinking when it's paused. So we do this, and you see that's just still pinging, blink, blink, blink. We want to get rid of that animation when it's paused. So we say, if it's counting, then set that to animation pulse, otherwise remove. What we should do is come down over to here and then say, on a refresh. Wait, why is that still there? I thought it actually refreshed the thing. Let's take this, inspect, and see what's happening here. Chrono Tinker warning. Okay. That's what we expect. Oh. The default is pulse 1 second infinite. So that needs to be modified in the CSS. And so what we're going to do is we're actually going to copy, comment out the color crimson and the animation defaults so that it's just black. And this is a style sheet that you can configure for whatever you prefer. So if you actually wanted this to be like a blue, you could say, come over here and set this to, we're gonna say, oh, what's a good color? We're gonna say a Dodger blue. That's one of the CSS values that you can specify on your own. Come over here, configure that, copy this updated style sheet into our default styles for the app, and then come into our expired and say the expired color is actually going to be going to make it dark slate blue. Sure. So let's copy that line there and put that into our default styles for what's actually loaded. Save that. And there we go. That's our expired color now. That's what it's going to look like when... What did I do? I see there's an extra character in there now. Did I put an extra tag in there somewhere? Where is that coming from? Expand this all the way out. Body. Yeah, right there. Right there. Where's that coming from? Main div. It's at the end. I don't see it. Where are you coming from? Main div, main div. Did I add something by mistake? Yes, I did when I was copying all of this in. I didn't copy it right. So we want to select that, copy that, and paste it back in properly this time. And there we go. Now that's actually right. Okay, so we're going to start this. It'll start at 0. And now, instead of blinking, we're going to see, oh, we still have a blink. But it shouldn't keep blinking when it's paused. Okay, cool. We have a different color now. We are going to set that back over to crimson again in just a second here. But you can see it's using a different color. And when it's paused, it's just not going to keep blinking whenever it actually ticks to a new number. Which makes sense. If you want it to be performant, you can't really get around that to have it reload the color. It's not an image. This is all being generated on the fly. So you can't really change that if you want it to be fast. But you can get this thing where, hey, that's actually whatever set of colors that you want now. And keep it going. We're going to come back over here to our commands and run that toggle. And then reset. It looks like we're under a little bit more load than usual since it's not saying exactly 0000, but almost 00 does actually work pretty well for a new start and stop for a general use case of saying we're going to stop that and we're going to pull up a new one. Which if you bound these to your, say, Stream Deck hotkeys, start timer, stop timer, then you would need to maybe set a couple of different buttons if you wanted one for a couple of different preset times, but you would be able to do pretty much whatever you wanted with that. What we need to do now is we need a command to actually configure whether it's going to count up or count down. But maybe what we actually want is just that command for the starting with the config, because that'll let you say if you want to count up or count down. Because pretty much none of this comes from a parse arg. I mean, the date does. I would love to have that properly available over here. Can I reasonably get that available? If I were to save that and then copy this, will it actually load? Let's switch back over to our widget. Is that'll at least let us clean up our code and make a couple of things independently customizable a little bit more easily. Refresh this, and then hop into our iframe, body, and main div. Our script, it's just saying parse arg with duration. It doesn't have any of the values in it, and it's not defined. That makes that difficult. I really want that to be globally available. Can we say function parsearg and then window.parsearg equals parsearg? Or can we actually do that in one statement over here? No, we do need to do that as separate statements. Otherwise, we're not going to get exactly what we're expecting. Let's copy that and put that into the script over here. Edit this. We're looking at the script. Replace the script with our new one, and then hop back into. Whoops! I can actually close that folder. It doesn't need to be in the way anymore. Hop back into here and inspect our iframe. Okay, cool. Do we have access to parsearg yet? Yes, we do. But we're not seeing it over here. Uncut reference error. What's going on is that our I see what's happening. Our thing over here isn't waiting for that script to finish. So it's not actually available at the time that this becomes available. Is that inside a content loaded? No, it is at static runtime on page load. Maybe what we need to do is say, how are these used? Let's find the references here. This happens during DOM content loaded. This happens during DOM content loaded. Okay, so what we're gonna do is something similar to that. We're gonna add a new event listener, and then say we're gonna move all of that into here, and then hoist that up. And then we're gonna say document dot we wanna broadcast the new event. Event, this is gonna be a dispatch event. Chrono timer tinker. Chrono tinker. Init. What are our... Okay, this is just going to take an event. So this needs to be a new custom event. And that's going to be just the name of the event? Yeah. Type string. Event value dict. Well, we don't need a dict event. Actually, you know what? We could pass the settings and then say over here instead, this is going to be, that's a lot cleaner. Take that, chrono tinker init, and then this is going to be our settings, so we don't need a global for that anymore. We can remove the global and then say remove that. Okay, this is now our local variable, which is chrono tinker settings, remove the unnecessary parentheses, That's much nicer. And then this is still going to be our global, because we do want that available on the window so you can access it for debugging. With that, let's raise the scope of that so that it's available from content start. On content loaded, we're going to set the settings, and then over here we're going to call this off of them. Okay. Type event. Event dot, where do you get the custom event parameter out? Let's look at the docs for custom event. Custom event can take an event init dictionary. We're going to need our reference again. So hop back over to our reference here. And let's just get that out of the way. Because that's kind of big. You know what? It can be big. We're about to obscure it anyways. Find our API docs window. Okay, cool. And that's going to be our new tab. What do we want? MDN custom event. Okay. We should be able to find that window now for capture. So properties, MDN custom event, cool. And then just remove that. Okay, we're good. And now we want to hide that for now. Cool. Now we've got our reference. We want to say what's happening in here. We're going to take both of these. So custom event, event workers, detail, when initializing. This is, I think, what we want. Whatever is initialized with. So we take that and hop back over to our developing. We've got our detail down here. It's really tiny, you can't really read it anymore, but we do have... Oh. Look at that. You have to pass it an object with detail inside it. And that's how it works. then this says detail name. Okay, so we need to actually refactor this. If we go back over to here to the HTML, this is going to take an object with detail and then our value. Format that, and then set that to a const. We don't need to explode. We don't need to expose that as a global. We can just say, here, take this and have fun with it. If we do that, we can actually clean up this code base just a little bit. Expose that as a global so that we can actually link it over here in our script. And then this is going to take a detail, which is going to be our settings. Okay. That gives us that. Cool. And that should say now we can load anything from over here via that and put our parse arg in here. If we copy this and update our widget, we should now have our availability to set our values from settings using parse arg, our function that we developed up here, inside our HTML. Let's take that, come back over to here and do a refresh, and hide this, it's in the way. Let's move you over here. Yeah, right there, that's good. And then check this. In our script, hop back into our iframe over here. What we should see is our script can actually hit parse arg. Parse arg? Yes. And if we were to say start, there we go. It is properly loading all that. So these values over here inside our body from our script, that duration will actually be the value that we're looking for. It shouldn't be called duration, it should be called time. No, duration is right. Duration is right. We were going to create a command for setting the duration. So you can say set a 10-second timer really easily as some sort of shorthand. Maybe what we want though, if we hop back over to here and say command syntax, let's do this as a docstring instead. Timer start, and then up or down. What is the let's switch back over to MDN for just a second and see how they write their syntax for some of these. MDN. Okay, we've got our MDN window. Show me some CSS reference for how an animation works. MDN CSS animation. Okay, cool. And your format shows multiple with each of the ones in order. So let's switch back over and we're going to do a similar deal here. If we take a look at that, is there an example of something that's a little bit more specific? Easing function. No. Animation direction. Okay. We'll stick with that. Put that right here. And say what we're going to do is timer start. It's going to be up or down. What are the different syntaxes? We want to say like timer start 10 seconds. So that would be duration. It's going to be a required parameter. We want to be able to say up or down, which is direction. If we reference over here, we can see all the different things we can set. For our shorthand, we want to say how long it's going to last and whether it's going up or down. And we also want to say, give me 30 seconds of warning. And how would you say you do want it to have? Well, if you just if you say start without a duration. How would you say you want it to go forever? Because presumably if you just said start, you would want it to just do whatever you already configured. You'd want it to be able to keep doing it without changing it. So you should be able to say something that's for infinite, whether that's 0 or a tilde or something. Rerun last timer. This would be run an infinite timer. Run a 10-second timer. So we're making some example use cases. Down. So this would be a countdown timer. A 10-second stopwatch. The other thing that we want to be able to set, okay, countdown and duration, those are the main things. Run a 10-second countdown timer. All right, 10-second timer with 5 seconds, with a 5-second warning phase, warning period. Okay. We should have some other commands to say like duration, 10, set timer duration to 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Timer countdown up, down. Timer type to count to stopwatch. And then this, when it's down, would be to countdown. Okay. We need more keyboard and less mouse, so we're going to move that keyboard over to where it's a little bit easier to type. Okay, here we go. 8:22. We've got plenty of time to finish up. Maybe get a little bit of music or games in just a little bit here. Probably a minute of music before we head out for work. What do we need? What do we need? We do have a duration over here. If it can't get a number out, then it's going to render this as a undefined, which would give us our default over here. If we hop back into that, our custom event, settings, whew, that was a big sneeze. Our duration, this will return as an undefined if it can't find anything. But we're doing a object combination over here. I don't think we need this anymore because this will actually load our duration in duratiob. Whoops. So that this becomes unneeded. That might not be true. Because if this was set to 10, and this became undefined, then it would actually replace the 10 with undefined. We can test that and prove it by coming back over to this over here and saying object.assign a new object. We're going to say A1, B2, A undefined, C3. And what we're going to see is A undefined, B2, C3. So it is actually going to replace a value that's explicitly set to undefined. But if you were instead to comment that out, then you would be fine. But because parsearg actually returns an explicit undefined, that's different. So what we would need is some sort of merge in here to say, take the default settings and then replace any values in here with values from the incoming settings. This is no longer a single settings variable. So we can actually say what happens if you pass an undefined to that? Is it going to fail? No. Cool. So you can say, let's pass us in like that. But we do still need a better merge. Let's fix that formatting. There we go. We do still need a better merge that won't replace defined values with undefined values. We have a default warning of 10 seconds with a frequency of 1 second. But that's kind of blocked by if this were to be set to something else. So we want to improve that just a little bit. What can we do to improve that? We can say, we could add some extra commands, but that's not going to really improve anything. Set a 10-second, 1 0 instead of 1 0. There we go. 10-second warning period with 1 second intervals. Set a 5-second interval
30-second warning period. And then 0. You can say, honestly, you could say that or off. That would also work. Remove the timer warning period. How could we do this in an INI format where we could say something like timer settings warn dot duration 5, or timer settings warn dot frequency 3, so that we could do things like timer buzz and set that to a URL, or blink and change that. I think it's probably fine for the blink and buzz to be something that you write in on here, since that's all done through this and our style sheets here. We do still need to set this back, back over to our crimson values that we had before. So let's restore that. We never remove warning, so we don't want it on that anymore. We're going to rename that. And then find animation pulse. And then rename that to warning pulse. Just so that it's a little bit more descriptive. So the code is self-explanatory. And then remove everything that's inside there, because that's not what we're looking for. And remove that, not remove it, but actually just switch it over to the end. Because what we want at the top is how to customize our stuff. And because buzzer isn't what's important, we're going to move that down below, but above the stuff that we don't care about as much. And that'll be good for that. We don't need this anymore, so we can close that. And if you're wondering how I'm going around these files so quickly, I'm actually exclusively using my keyboard to navigate those files. I use something called Vim in order to move around. It gives me keybinds to move my cursor up and down and around left and right, rather than using my mouse to click stuff. I can scroll and move around just a little bit faster if you are very keyboard dexterous and not so mouse dexterous. That's what that's all about. But yeah, it would be nice to have some sort of way to do like an INI style or Windows initiative config. I don't know what you call that. What is a Windows INI file? Yeah, initialization file. Okay. And why do you keep extending yourself? Okay. Well, there we go. There, that's better. That's better. Okay. We want this. I guess we should actually add a couple of defaults of our own over here. Countdown, duration. I'm going to set that to 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 second. And then copy that, paste it before each of these. And this is going to be warn duration and warn frequency, so that we can add it to this command over here. I don't know what to call this. This has got to be a string. This has got to be a boolean. The other's got to be numbers. This is expire. Stop. Expire pause, expire stop. Yeah, expire pause. Warn frequency, warn duration, expire pause. It'll match the settings names. I just hope the set identifier names allow enough characters. It would be nice if you could say something like parsarg. This is going to be object or chronotaker settings or this settings object, so that you could potentially say, I'm just going to give you a settings object that I want you to use. So you could do something like timer settings, and then say, I want countdown 3. Or like duration 10. How would that actually work? If we come over here, well, that is a string, so it would say JSON.parse, and then it would have this, and it would say countdown 3, frequency 1. You just would not be able to say something like that. That would fail, and it would give you undefined. And that would also fail, it would give you undefined. Unfortunately, it would require JSON, but it would give you an object. So you could do something custom that way if you wanted to. That gives you a little bit of extra advanced user controls. I don't dislike that. But you need to have a way to be able to remove it if you're going to do that. I haven't thought of one yet. I'm going to need to think of one. So what do we still need to do? We need to make that command for actually using these values. Those are, let's just copy each of these. Settings. I actually want to replace that. There we go. Countdown. Duration. Okay. Frequency. Whoops. I hit F1 again. Again. Okay. So I have settings, countdown duration, warn duration, warn frequency, and pause. We want a command for countdown. It's going to be true or false. We wanted to say up or down. What happens if you say JSON.parse up? That's annoying. I hit F1 again. I guess this should actually return value if it fails. I'd rather it not. So those need to be properly quoted. What are our other parse arg uses? Check this. Date and active. Those are number and boolean. I don't have to worry about those. String is where it gets more interesting. Let's pull that up into an actual search so you can actually see that. String, pause, that's where it's going to be a little bit more finicky. The numbers and booleans aren't so much a problem. So pause is going to need to be quoted. But I don't really want to implement that one yet. It's going to default to false, so that's fine. And this is going to say, use a URL to a soundbite. Soundbite. How do you? Okay, soundbite. You want played when the timer ends. For example, that. This has to be a class name. there's not a lot of reason to have multiple classes. Edit style sheet .css and look for the warning class to configure this display, this theme style. Let's copy that message, delete that, paste it into here, and look for the .expired class to configure this style. Copy that, undefined, and then there we go. Those are just going to be configurations that you do inside the file, not hot swaps yet. Unless you use the advanced options. I don't want to mess with pause at the moment, so it still work. What I do want is I don't want the OpenAI still in there. Let's close that out and switch back over to our tab. What I do want is something for countdown and duration. Let's make some commands for those. Countdown is a boolean, so we want something in there to handle saying countdown up, countdown down, but also true and false. Okay, so we're going to need is a new command. Let's take this widgets, switch over to our commands, and say new command. And this is going to look at our new command editor. And this is going to be based on the old one. We want another window here. Let's add our window capture for mix. That was supposed to be the commands list. Let's keep it as that. Move that over to here. And then add a new one for our command editor. So this is going to be the mix it command editor source. Okay, hide that, switch this to editor. Here we go. And fix the size. Why, hello there. Hi, hello, good evening, howdy. How's it going, barbarian? Where's my wave? Here we go. There we go. I can't exactly wave with my model, but I can wave in chat. So I'm gonna send you a wave and a little whale. How's it going, man? How's it going? Good evening. As you can see, we're just being nerds over here. I am doing well. I am doing well. Thanks for asking. It's going how well? I can English. I can read. Oh yeah, been working a ton. I hear ya. I'm actually about to go back into the office. I got off of work about 2.5, 3 hours ago, and I'm about to go back to work in just a little bit for a major deployment for a critical customer-facing system. We have to deploy after 11 p.m. at night, just because of the usage. So I hear ya. I hear ya. Management duties also keep me plenty occupied, so sometimes I get plenty of hours each week. But until then, we're having some fun writing a streaming overlay for this is a little countdown widget, as you can see right over here ish. Wait, you can't see my mouse. There we go. Now you can see my mouse right here, up there. select my model. Right, right there, right there. Uh, we're having some fun configuring that. 147 hours in 2 weeks. Whew. Yeah. Yeah, I have definitely done that before. Uh, I have come close to 300 in a month. I think that's the worst that it's been, where I was doing almost 80 a week for 4 weeks straight. But uh, fortunately, has not been quite that bad yet. But whew, yeah, I feel ya. Uh, I take it you are home now, so you are actually getting to enjoy some relaxation. At least I certainly hope so. I can see mine getting worse. Oh man, yeah, I feel ya. I am sorry. I have definitely been there. I do hope it at least chills back down soon enough so that you can just relax and vibe. Yeah, I'm home for the time being. Nice, nice. I'm glad you're getting to unwind and relax a little bit. That is so comfy. And when you've been working a whole lot like you have been, it is so needed. So needed. Where where were we? We were right, we were just starting to add this command for the countdown and duration. Uh we do want maybe a advanced command for the settings, but we do want some simple commands for the countdown and for the duration. We want to implement these ones. Uh, we'll wait on these. We want something for the expire. I don't know what to call it. I really don't know what to call it. But yeah, hey, you got any plans for the evening? Gonna like watch a nice video, grab some good bites to eat. Maybe hop onto Helldivers again for a bit. I saw you were on that the other day when I dropped in. I saw you were streaming and saw you were hanging out with Democracy. That has been a fun title to watch. I only recently got my computer back, so I haven't played it yet. But it was fun watching you hop in on the Democracy for the time I was available to drop in and watch. It's nice to see you again, friendo. There's been so little available overlap that I haven't actually gotten to catch up with you for a while. Between both of us being we're busy all the time. Nice to see you as well. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Uh, I love hanging out with friends. I haven't gotten to do it anywhere near as much as I like to. Yeah, I streamed for 12 hours on Saturday. Wow, that's a long stream. Grats on actually making it through a 12-hour stream for sure. It was fun to catch what little bit I was able to while I was still available to do so. I don't know what to name this. Let's actually farm that out to ChatGPT again. Hey, ChatGPT, what's a good command name for something to toggle whether or not my commands move? Out of the way. That's better. Toggle whether or not my timer should pause when it ends or not. Toggle pause on finish? No, that's way too long. That's way too long. I need something shorter. Oh, what would you recommend? This will be amusing. Wish work would calm down so I could stream or hang out with y'all. Yeah, man, I hear ya. With the toggle pause on finish, it's not shorter. It's literally not shorter. Toggle pause on finish is shorter than toggle pause on finish. What? Yeah, I hear you though. With major deployment coming up tonight, things have been ramping up and getting busy, where I just really haven't gotten to hang out. At least, at least the house is done. Uh, the house is purchased. When we've moved in, we've unpacked, so that's not getting in the way anymore. So things are starting to wind down a little bit, at least for the after hours, where I can actually spend my after hours on hanging out with people or unwinding instead of constantly talking with banks, signing papers, running over to places, doing renovations, etc. You know how it goes. that was that was a trip. But yeah, definitely need to find some time to catch up. Maybe even cheat and join you for Helldivers one of these days on stream, so I can catch up with you at the same time as stream. That would be two birds with one stone. But I'm gonna definitely leave that up to you, and maybe catch up with you and see where we're at. Where we're at. For sure, you can just message me anytime. Yeah, yeah. I'm not definitely gonna have to follow up with you sometime soon, because we just haven't gotten to hang out, even though we had been doing all sorts of crazy stuff before. So it's been a while. Would love to get a chance to hang out again. Why did my window just go poof? Uh, you know, pause finish. We already have a command called pause. Yeah, I missed a crude. Yeah, yeah. Uh, for sure, things do change a little bit when you go from streaming to not streaming. And a lot of our friends have just had changes in life where they can't stream regularly anymore. And I get that. And if you're like me, where you get social interaction from people being live on Twitch, then sometimes that uh, interaction sort of just starts going down, 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 down. But yeah, community nights with Discord and so on definitely help out with that. Would love to find a time where we're not actually stuck at work and can just chill for a while. Yeah, there was a long time while when I didn't talk to anyone. Oh man, I feel ya. That was basically exactly what happened when I was going through the house purchase. So I'm right there. That's actually pretty recent for me. I'm kind of still in that. I'm just gonna be honest. Being vulnerable there a little bit. Yeah, I'm still kind of there a little bit right now too. Uh, Work is still hectic. Some family stuff, and just finally finished the house, so I haven't quite gotten back out of that shell yet. So yeah, I hear you. I hear ya. Which is all the more reason why we should hang out to sort of start pulling back out of that and have the social juices flowing for whatever amount our introverted social batteries can actually survive. Or maybe I'm just projecting there. Maybe that's just a me thing. The social batteries are only limited for technical. It's not so much with the rest of the world. Forgive me if I'm projecting there a little bit. But oh man, yeah, it can get something pretty crazy. Sometimes. Uh, expire or pause pause something. I don't know what I want to call that. Something to describe pausing on finish. GPT, give me some good syllables for pausing. I can tell you my social battery is a lot smaller now than it was before. Yeah. Yeah. You've gotta stretch it. It's a muscle, man. It's a muscle. Just like your tongue is. Maybe that's a weird analogy. I should not be comparing social batteries to tongues. Text. Technical. Don't do this. We're gonna say it's like your biceps. There we go. Yeah, your biceps. When we get busy and we just don't talk to people, man, social battery goes. It feels like a very sad smartphone. It's saying, dude, you ran me empty already. Need to charge that back up to full. But unlike a smartphone battery, you don't have to replace it. Just get your capacity back. You just gotta work it out. It's fine. You know what? I never did say that there's not going to be scuff in here. All the scuff. All the scuff. All of it. Hi, I'm Scuffnical. No, I should not say that. That sounds sus. I'm technical. Technically scuffed. Yeah, there we go. That's what we're going to say. That's it. That's it. That other statement I said, that didn't exist. No one heard that. No one heard that. Halt, break, rest, pause, stop, cease, delay, wait, freeze. Halt, pause, break. On, freeze, on. Set timer freeze on what duration? Completion. Hey, give me a better way to phrase for humans to understand just what on earth I mean when I'm saying this is a configuration option to allow you to set whether or not this timer will pause when the configured duration is reached. Sure, enable timer pause at duration end. So we're going to say, honestly, exactly that. Disable timer pause at duration end. End of duration. That's a little bit less awkward. Auto pausing. Timeout? Yeah, we're gonna call it timeout. Yeah, there we go. That's decent. So we want duration and countdown. We're gonna implement those first. So that we can do... Wait, where did I put it? Right, it was over here. Hit this, come back over to here, and say we're gonna start this. It's gonna count up all the way to 10. Or, well, actually, I would go to 30 right here. We don't want that to happen. And we don't know how to configure to pause right now. This is set to 30 and don't pause. So we're just going to keep going. But it is going to go red. No. Duration 30. Oh, you know what? We never copied any of that. Let's update our widget really quick. HTML, paste that. Style sheet, paste that. Oops. And then script. There we go. Copy that. And paste that. Save. And start. Okay, when that gets to 30, it should go red. And now we want to start implementing duration and countdown. Let's start with duration because that one's easy. That's just a number. It doesn't require us to add any conditional stuff for the up versus true and down versus false. I think we had just started getting into that. We have this window over here for us to actually write that. If I can find where I put the window on my computer. Here we go. And this is going to be, what is it? Chrono Tinker set duration. And this one is going to require an argument. It's going to be timer duration. And then special identifiers add duration, type number, not optional. Not optional. Actually, you know what? We're going to make it optional so that if it's not there, if it's not there, no, that needs to be on special identifiers. Then you can reset it. Cool. So then we're going to say, that's all that needs. Chat trigger is already used. Timer. Oh, right. We need a semicolon at the end. Let's save that. At least one action must be added. Why? Okay, sure. Special identifier add set Chrono Tinker duration. Chrono Tinker duration. Scroll this down. Chrono Tinker duration. Identifier duration. Duration. Make globally usable. Save. And that should let us say timer duration. And then we're going to say, what, 2 minutes, 30 seconds would be 150. So let's set that to 170. Timer duration 300 would be 5 minutes. Why is it just toggling it? That shouldn't just be running toggle. That's weird. Why are you just running toggle instead of just setting the duration? Right, well, I do also need to add something to that window. Editor, properties, command editor, window title, there we go. Add command, action group. That's what I want. Okay. Action group. I want it to refresh. So this is going to be called refresh chrono tinker. And then save that. And run that with a test message. Wait, why am I running toggle? Close that. Set duration. Run that. And then this is going to be 300. Let's set it to timer duration 300. Man, that's weird. Why is it how do you reference an argument inside this? Let's go back over to our reference and pull up our documents for this. Command arguments and see exactly how this works. Command action. How does this work? I want commands. Is there anything but arguments in here? Is there a search field? Yeah. Argument. There are arguments in the first one. Okay, I see. arg1 text, arg1 user, arg1 count, all arg1 arg. Argx to y text. Delimited one text. Delimited or separated based on the bar character. Hello world. How are you on this fine day? That could be helpful in some cases. That's not what I want here. I do want just that. But maybe by changing this, that'll do what we want it to. So what happens now if we say duration? Man, that command is still just toggling it. Why do you just want to toggle? Fix that. Save that. Okay. Duration. Oh. That's what it is. Timer duration 300. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. We got it. The problem wasn't the command, the problem was the other command. Okay, now we can actually configure that duration by sending a command to do so. Cool. Do we still need all that? Yeah, we probably do still need the refresh. That hasn't changed. What if we say don't assign to special identifiers? Does that break it? Yeah, that does break it. So we need to come back in here and say let's assign that to special identifiers so we can actually more clearly say what is this coming from and make this one globally usable. Save that. And now we're going to make a new command. We'll open this one as a reference. But let's go ahead and new command it. And now this is going to be chronotinker set countdown. And this is going to be true or false. So we need an argument over here, which is going to be text, and that's going to be countdown. It's not optional, it's mandatory. You know what? Yeah, we can actually make it optional, because it can be a toggle otherwise. Assign to special identifiers. And we're going to say conditional when countdown is on or countdown is true, then we're going to set countdown to true. Otherwise, conditional set countdown to false, which is going to be an or for countdown to off, or countdown to false. And then finally, we're going to have a toggle countdown to true. Which is countdown equals blank. And this is going to be what? Chronotinker countdown? Is that how we put it? Chronotinker countdown boolean. Yeah, over there up on the left. Chronotinker countdown is going to be say, if this is not true, and then finally, toggle countdown to false is going to say, and countdown is blank, chronotinker countdown is equal to true. Is there an example for optional in here? User special identifiers. No. What if I do a search for optional? Optional. 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 It'd be nice if it explained what optional actually did in the documentation. We're gonna have to try this out and see what happens. Okay. Special identifier. We need to select special identifier. And this is going to say set countdown to true. Not set countdown to true, it's a set chronotinker countdown to true. Good. Make globally usable. Chronotinker countdown, true. Then we're going to say special identifier, set chronotinker countdown to false. Chronotinker countdown, globally usable, false. Toggle it to false is going to be a special identifier to set to false, false. This is the toggle to true, so that needs to be changed to true. And then we missed this one for manually setting it to false. So this is going to be set to false, and then false. And I think that covers it for that command. Missing chat triggers. Right. Timer countdown. Save that. And now let's say timer countdown on. Off. Oh, right. You know what we forgot? Countdown, edit. It needs to refresh afterwards. Refresh. It needs to run a command. It's going to be called refresh chronotinker. And it's going to run the action group refresh chronotinker. Now let's try setting timer countdown true. False. False. Off. We're not able to undo it, guys. Whoops. What was the window variable called again? Chronotinker. Dot chronotinker. Window dot chronotinker widget. Not defined because we're not looking at the right document. There we go. Chronotinker widget. Counting is true. Settings countdown is true. And what if we say off? We need to reselect our document, go into the iframe doc, and countdown is still true. Oh, what does our script show? Hide that. and expand our body, the script doesn't actually have that in place. I guess we should add a parse arg duration. Chrono Tinker countdown is showing us true right now. False. Expand this. Show our script. Still true. Do a hard refresh. Get into our script. Still true. Let's run set countdown to say false. And really briefly verify what happened. Body script true. And then have this say timer countdown false. Oh. There's an arguments field in there. T. True. What is it showing right now? True. Something in our command is forcing it to be always true. Countdown is on or countdown is true. Then set it to true. Countdown is off or countdown is false. Then set it to false. Oh. That's probably related. Make globally usable. So countdown is empty, and the countdown setting is not true, then make it true. If the countdown setting is true, then make it false. Let's save that. Run it again. True. Off. On. Hey, there we go. Restart it. Countdown off. On. And there we go. False. True. Bingo. And now can we just toggle it by calling it on its own? No. That fails. What is it actually doing? Let's start that again and call it on its own a few times and see what the value is actually being set to. Parsearg false. Parsearg false? Is that what it's saying now? False. Countdown on, and then countdown. Countdown on. it should say true now. So we test that, run this, check the document, HTML, body, script. Countdown is true. Now if we run it on its own, it's going to say false. Question is why? 9:30, we've got about 30 minutes left to finish up on why. Set countdown. Oh, that's what it is. Add a special identifier, and we're going to say it's going to be countdown, letters and numbers only, no $. Chrono Tinker countdown old. Is equal to Chrono Tinker countdown. Save Chrono Tinker countdown. Don't make it globally usable. Just set it so that we can reference it in our toggle ones. And now toggle is going to be based on the old value instead of the new one, so it doesn't toggle it twice. Save that, and now call toggle, 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 start, toggle, toggle. There we go, we're happy. Check it out. Our duration and our countdown work. Not too shabby. Set the duration to 60, toggle the countdown, if I can find that command, and there we go. Death! What was the command for that? Oh, right, I can just, there we go. But why isn't my audio for that working? Man? Yeah, I hear ya. Raid is the new host. How's it going, buddy? How'd the stream go? Or, I'm assuming that you were streaming if you're saying hosting, since you can't actually raid multiple people. Okay, so I'm not crazy. Glad to hear that the stream went well. I'm actually about to leave in like 30 minutes because I had to go back to the office to do a customer-facing major system deployment. But man, oof, went good. I did earlier on. Don't know if we'll go that far. Whew. Are you ready for a 12-hour stream? No, I don't wish that on anyone. Except for troublemakers. Dude, I just took a master PowerShell class with Microsoft last week. Ooh, that is fun. I love PowerShell. I was very skeptical of it at first, but I eventually eased into it and learned about the whole object piping, which is... It still feels a little bit weird because the commands are very verbose and it lacks an actual paging system, since it's not based on text. It's object-centric. But it makes sense, and it does give you certain flexibility that's just really cool. I love what it's capable of, but oh, it is intense. Man, I hear ya. Especially when you're doing those masterclasses. Dude, those are so accelerated. So accelerated. But oh, that sounds like it was a lot of fun, even if it was rough. So many things you can do from remoting, etc. I hope you enjoyed the class. Otherwise, feel free to nudge, nudge. Hey, Tex. Oof, 3 days for 8 hours straight each day. Oh man, yeah, yeah. That's definitely that is intense as heck. Wow. Congratulations for making it through that. I need a sip here. Wow, I'm running my voice empty. It was a great class, just a lot to cram. Oh yeah, absolutely. Dude, that feels like going back to summer courses all over again. You know, where you're doing 3 credit hours in what, 1 week, 2 weeks? Oh man, yeah, yeah. That is a lot to memorize really, really fast, and try to keep as much as you possibly can out of those things. Congratulations for making it through, though. Do I have a high five emote? I do not. So we're gonna say that this is a high five. I've done 9 certification tests over the past 10 days now. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. Congratulations, man. One more to do and should be done. Almost there. Almost there. Have you got a treat lined up for yourself after you make it through the end of the sprint? Definitely always need to treat yourself after a major accomplishment like that. Oh, yep, yep. Even just an empty weekend is definitely a treat of its own. Saying, you know what, I don't have anything scheduled for these 2 days. I'm just gonna sit down in the chair and sip my drink and say, no more people. Want to do nothing, hide from people and sleep. Yes. Yes. Can't live like that all the time. But that definitely sounds like a treat after being so busy for a bit. And then you get back to hang out with people again. Because otherwise, you know we're going to miss them. You know we're going to miss them. But man, congratulations. You're almost there. Doing a good job. I take it that you've been doing well with the certification tests. I'm not so sure. You know. Thanks. Absolutely. You're welcome. Glad to hear that the stream went well earlier on today, and hopefully you can get some rest before you get back into all the other ones, since you're about to get one more certification coming up again soon. And since it's only Tuesday, I imagine it's not too far away from now. Probably in the next couple of days, if you've done 9 and 10 days. If not tomorrow, in which case, man, good luck. But regardless of whether it's not tomorrow, last test is cybersecurity. Dang, that's gonna be fun. I mean, maybe I'm just a weirdo. I went to school for cybersecurity. That was... Oh, darn. That was back in 2010 to 2014, so 10 years ago. But that's fun. That's fun. I think the hardest thing I ever had to do was actually writing 4 essays in 30 minutes on cybersecurity. But as long as it's not testing how fast you can write with pen and pencil, man, you got it. You got it. You're gonna smoke the test. I think you got this in the bag. Think it'll be easy? Yeah, I think you got it, man. I think you're right there. You're gonna smoke it and get your certification for the cybersecurity in no time, and then you get to celebrate with all the new certifications and say, no, nothing more. Sleep, rest, relax, recover. Yesterday was video forensics. Oh man, that sounds like a lot of fun. There's a lot of different things that could mean, but all the things that I'm thinking that it could mean, all of them actually have some interesting content in them. Even though video and duration is still a little bit gruesome just because of the size of the data, all of it is guaranteed to be just a blast. Love video work, so much fun. Yes, absolutely, absolutely. It is a joy. I think actually, you dropped in at a perfect time because we just finished up with writing most of the features for this thing. So you're actually getting to witness the more complete version than the rest of the stream from the last. Well, we've been live for 4 hours. Yeah, you get to see something that's actually in place rather than otherwise. I wanted something that's configurable to whatever on earth you want. We need to pull that back up again so that we can see it a little bit more nicely. But we've been configuring this because we wanted a, what? Magala! Can I type complete on here? I can. I don't have my clips working. Why don't I have my clips working? I need to fix the clipping portion of that. But yeah, hey, hi, hello, good evening. Hello, friendo. Where was I? Yeah, I was saying we had just finished tweaking this for being able to configure your thing however you wanted it. And you actually get to see the stylable, configurable product instead of all the development from the last couple of hours to finish the feature set. Did I enable the warrants? Back over to here, Warren, Buzz, Undefined. Right, I want to turn that back on. Let's turn these on really quick and say, okay, that's on, this is on. Magala is so fun. Another one of our Monster Hunter, etc. friendos. Watch out, Magala racks up the kill counts, but is very wholesome and kind. Right up your alley. I think you'd enjoy her content. Very much the same sort of style for what you do. Hey Terem, but you gonna get some rest, buddy? Yeah. Hey, dude, you deserve the rest. You've been working hard with all those certifications. Definitely get your work for all the stuff to come. Man, good luck. You're gonna knock it out for that cybersecurity certification. I can English. But yeah, hey, have a wonderful night. It was nice catching you again. I need to, now that I'm actually back and have my computer, I get to hang out with people again. I want to catch up with all of y'all. I haven't been able to for so long because I haven't had my computer since I was moving. But now that I'm done moving into the new house, yeah, have a wonderful night. Looking forward to catching up with you again soon, man. And good luck with that certification test. You're gonna knock it out. Knock it out of the water. But yes, hi, hello, good evening. Hello, Magala. Pew. Sadly, you're also catching me toward the end of our period. I have to run to work in under an hour because we have an 11 o'clock p.m. What is it? Production, customer-facing system deployment for one of our major critical systems. And we had to wait until 11 p.m. to actually do that because of usability. So we're getting pretty close to that time. I'll need to get ready and drive over to the office at some point, but I've still got a little bit of time left. Just a little bit left. At least we actually did finish this thing. Can we get this to where we can actually... Oh, yeah. There is a way to make it actually pause when it finishes. We're gonna configure this really quick so that you can just see sort of what happens normally. Let's switch these out. We did finish basically all of our notes for what we want to finish. We got the countdown. We didn't make one for the full config, so that's not actually done. But the other to-dos did finish up. But we're gonna make it so it'll actually pause. Let's stop it. Let's reset it. Okay. And then we're gonna say, let's set this so it'll actually blink. Where is the animation? Animation. Okay, setting warn frequency. And that is configured. Okay. And the duration is a 10-second warning period. We've got our beeps and buzzes in. And where is our warning? Warning transition color with keyframe warning pulse. Okay, we've got that. And our colors are all set. So I think we just had to put this in, and then we can prove it. Let's copy this in and actually do our last, like, hey, proof of concept test run of this widget plugin for whatever it may be that you want to use it for. This is a nice little thing that someone said they had trouble finding a widget to be able to count stuff. So we can start and stop this, get rid of it, pull it back, reset it. But they were having difficulty finding one that would let them do counting up and counting down. Yeah, but to, like, say, for example, you want to do a challenge on stream. You're gonna say, we're gonna beat Gormagala in 5 minutes. So you can say, okay, let's go ahead and timer duration 5 minutes, timer countdown off, and then timer start. And this is going to count up for 5 minutes. And then you can say, okay, you've got 5 minutes. Duration. Let's set this to stop the timer for a sec. We don't want that counting up while we change the duration to 20 seconds, because we're going to do that test run of the 10-second warning period. Timer start. This will actually start doing dings, beeps to let you know when it's about to end, and then when it actually finishes too, so you know, oh hey, you're out of time. Tick, tick, tick. And that is definitely going to give you that anxiety of, oh man, I'm running out. But that is toggleable. You can turn it on and turn it off. But this gives you that toggleable and configurable timer where you can say, here, we want something that will count down from 3 minutes, or count up to 2 minutes, or even just say you want it to keep counting without going red or anything else. And it doesn't have this white background. That's just because I have that background set up on our reference over here. If we were to turn that off and just copy our timer over, and then let's say we're going to hide that reference and add back in our timer source, pull that back down to a reasonable size. You can put that wherever you want on your stream, and then just say, We're gonna let it keep going. All that. Yeah. Well, especially when you say, okay, I want something that's really configurable, so we can set, uh, is it going to make a noise whenever you're getting into, like, well, it'll actually let you know that you're going to about run out of time soon. Is it going to let you know when you did run out of time, when it's expired? Should it pause when it runs out of time? Should it make noise? Should it make noise when it's almost out of time? How is it supposed to look? How do you go in and configure all that? I want it to look red, just blink each time as it's going up. Or I want it to count down. It should only last for 30 seconds. It should last for 45 seconds. It shouldn't be limited. It should be able to go as long as you want. Getting all that, the more features you add, the more code you add. Now, fortunately, I don't think we actually made basically any changes to this code today. Most of that was already done from last time's tweak. We had a little bit of code to load our sound bites from a web URL, so you can use any soundbite you want as long as you have a link to it. And we had some stuff for loading our config values from our commands, and then setting up our numbers. So you see how it says 0, 0, 1, 2, so it doesn't change its values on there. All that kind of stuff, that was pretty much already set from the first run through of setting up the code. We had to refactor a lot of stuff to rename it, to actually give it a widget name, which is now called ChronoTinker. Thanks to ChatGPT for the name there. But adding in all these configurable things were really what we were doing today. And that required saying, okay, how are we going to refactor how this is actually called over here? Moved around how some of the data is loaded when the page starts. Added some additional commands to actually call the thing. yeah, thank GPT. Such a silly thing. It kept wanting me to use what was it, flex over and over again. It was like chronoflex master, flex master pro. It was really trying to flex its muscles there the entire time. It was meant to be something like it was saying flexible, but the context with Twitch is not going to take flex as something that's configurable. So maybe chronoflex was not exactly the way to go with that. That was so silly. Yes, it sounds like a workout timer. I would have laughed so much if I saw something like that. And I mean, you technically can use it as that. But yeah, so we let ChatGPT name the widget. Maybe we'll take some better ideas next time before we actually finish it off. But so much just goes into making something configurable so that you can choose what it is a little bit more easily. There's a lot of adding commands to set things that were already there. Because all this structure actually hasn't changed today. That was already set, and we just needed to make it so you could choose what all these values were and get all the chat commands to work with it, since that all happens in a separate system. So integrating all that together was a little bit of fun to refactor variable names from all that stopwatch stuff over to ChronoTinker so it wouldn't conflict. We found out by accident the hard way, you can't set it to timer because there's a variable called time, and that just messes up all your values. So we had to refactor it twice today. But that was a blast. Basically, someone said they were having difficulty finding a widget to do this. I was like, you know what? That doesn't sound too hard. Bet. So we got started with writing this just for fun to say, okay, how hard could it be? It doesn't sound that hard. I bet I could do that. And well, the proof is in the pudding. Bet. We did it. I guess the next step is to actually release it so that streamers can use it. We may have to export it and make a Stream Elements version of the thing too, since right now it's specifically for a different kind of bot. It's not in a place where it's actually packageable to release yet, and we're probably going to need 2 different versions of this for different sources. But yeah, the entire thing is configurable, where you can come in here and say, I want this to be Times New Roman, or I want this to be Impact, or you know what, let's change that to Verdana. You can change the font, you can change the font size, how closely the letters are spaced, you can change how it's black and white, so you can make this a red outline with blue text if you really want people to hate you on stream. But yeah, the entire thing is HTML and CSS configurable, so you can say, I don't want this to blink. Let's get rid of the blink, and we're going to actually set a static color instead. So this is going to say color blue or color orange. So it'll just go orange and stay orange once you start running out of time. And then when it expires, we're going to say this is going to be color purple, so that it'll turn purple when it finishes up. And you could even say, we're going to make it just a little bit more obvious, and this is going to turn into Impact. So the font family is going to change from Verdana to Impact when it runs out of time. So you can do absolutely anything you can think of. The defaults are in there so that you have some good ideas on how you could do it. But the whole goal was to make this as configurable as you want. So I'm using like crimson and so on because it's a little bit of a darker red that doesn't look too bad by default. And then like this blinking red, just because it's some fairly comfortable norms. But I also wanted to make it obvious, oh, font size. Let's go ahead and make it twice as big as it was without having to stretch this on stream and make it super pixelated. I don't want that to be pixelated. Let's just actually make it bigger so you could raise the font size and do it that way instead. So if I come back over here to the transform and reset the transform for that, we're now back at 100%. So this is pixel per pixel. And you could just make that a whole lot larger by raising the font size, make it thicker by making it change from bold over to, say, we're going to make that 900 font weight. Or even go over to a font size site and just set whatever you want. Because let's say you want a jaggedy font. So you're going to go over to Google and look up fonts and download a font that makes it kind of look like it's a Monster Hunter-y thing, and it's got all these jagged edges. It looks like almost like a Flintstones carve out of stone for numbers, and you can do all of that. The one thing that you can't really configure is the format for the numbers. It will still have the 00 for the hours in there, 00 for the numbers, minutes, seconds, milliseconds. It would be nice to add something where you can control the format for it. That's not available yet. But as far as like, is this going to play sound? What sound is it going to play? When should it play it? What is it going to look like? I wanted all that to be fully up to the streamer. So this could be used by basically anyone for whatever they wanted it to be. Because the complaint was, I can't find a good timer widget that'll actually just let me configure it for going up or down or whatever. It's like, well, you know what? Let's just pull all the stops and make it as configurable as we can. Can we pull it off? And, well, you see it. You can. If we pull back up our window from before this overlay, yeah. If we pulled this up, then you can actually see all that from what it would look like if we were to set like font family, change that over to Verdana, and you see all of a sudden, it's a different font. But yeah, I just wanted you to have all the control that you could possibly want for this thing, so that You can be that one person who sets it to Comic Sans, and then everyone's like, why are you using Comic Sans as a font? But you know what? That's your font, and you chose it, and you're owning it. And now you got Comic Sans. Good job. So we did prove that we could make something in a reasonably short amount of time. This was less than 20 hours for being able to actually run all these commands on stream to start, stop, toggle, etc. Because we want to be able to do all that stuff. And most of what you need is just start, toggle, and then stop to do most of it. But also having commands for your mods where they'll say like timer start. And I really do want something like I mentioned over in the index over here where you can say like timer start at 30 seconds counting up. I don't have that in there yet for a composite command where you can just run with like a basic config. But I do want something where you can just have mods quickly and easily set these up and run them for you in chat, or you can run it yourself from a quick set of configuration, either from a command or a button on your computer, or from your Stream Deck. So you could say, I'm going to have a Stream Deck button that's going to start a 30-second timer, and another one that's going to start a 5-minute timer. So you can say, okay, I've got 5 minutes to beat this monster. I've got 30 seconds until this rage period ends, or stuff like that. Just so you can select some quick stuff, and then like another one to pause it and resume it, and then stuff to get rid of it. Just so it's super easy, super available. And we said, hey, guess what? We pulled it off. So that was a lot of fun. The last step, which will probably be off stream, is bundling up that last command for a very quick, easy way to quickly say like a 30-second timer is going to count up, or one that's going to count down, and then adding in these other commands like say, okay, I do want a warning period, I do want it to stop when it reaches its duration, and then something that lets you do a fully customizable one. So the shortcut, we did write these ones, and those other ones do still need to be added. That'll probably be one of those off-stream stretch goals. But it's been a lot of fun. It's just going to be a blast. And then publish it out there so where people can actually download it and use it. Then I can go ahead and link that up. It'll be nice. Not necessarily for my benefit or anything, but because they said, you know what, we want to pull this off and see if people can use it. And now that we have something that could be used, we want to make that available. Whew. Wow. Let's see, it is 10 p.m. I've got a little under 30 minutes before I've actually got to leave the house. So I should probably start getting ready to go. So when it is time to actually leave... Oh, I don't even get to go to bed, Pew. I don't even get to bed. I have to go back to work. I have an 11 o'clock period. We're about to do a major system deployment for a critical customer-facing system, but it's used all day long. The only quiet hours for the thing that have low traffic is between 11 p.m. at night and like 6 a.m. in the morning. So I have to go all the way back into the office, be over there by 11 p.m. Central Time to do a deployment of our customer-facing system so that we have minimal customer outage during the update, because this is going to cause downtime. So we wanted to sneak in a little bit of short coding for fun before we had to go back over to work again. But yeah, I've got to go back to work. But yeah, but you know what? It all works. No. I got back from work about like 5 hours ago. You see, I've been live for 4.5. Uh, or I left work about 5 hours ago. It took me about that 30 minutes just to get over here. So I can at least rest after the work is done. If I go to sleep between 5 p.m. and 10 p.m., I'm gonna fall asleep and not wake back up in time for deployment. But yeah, you know what? Where? Where? Let's see. I think. Yeah. Wait, my list is all weird. My list is so weird. Is that still? Yes? No. My oh, my phone on my mount has already started vibrating because it is now uh apparently time to start getting ready to go to bed. Because 11 o'clock is when I'm supposed to sleep, not be at work. So my phone is complaining, Tex, go to sleep. Not today. Yeah. But I am going to get rest after the thing is over, and then have some fun tomorrow since I don't have to worry about. As long as things don't break and burn tonight, then I don't have to do anything tomorrow. I can just get in and have a smooth, comfy day. But whew, yeah. Where is the? Where did I put? Yeah. I definitely need to transition that over since it is about time to start getting ready for the work. I pull together anything that I need to go back out of the house, etc. But uh, it's great to see friends again. I think I did hop in and actually drop in to say hi for a little bit the other day when I saw you live. I think you were playing Democracy, right? Yeah, you and your brother, I think it was, were playing Helldivers together. That was a lot of fun. I think I was at work at the time, so I was commenting in between different things while I was actually at the office. I was mostly muted and focusing really hard on whatever I was coding. But then I'd say, okay, I need to come up for a breather. So I'd unmute, since he was still running, and check in. And maybe it caused just a little bit of trouble in both the chats, but you know. But it was fun to hang out in your chat in between work, come up for breaths of fresh air. It was fun watching you all play, for sure. I need to catch back up with a lot of y'all again soon, since I've been gone for so long with buying the new house and moving in and unpacking and all that. But yeah, thanks for dropping in. We're gonna say hi to yet another friendo. They were in here a little bit earlier. Another wholesome but chaos friend with some smooth content. So we're not just creating another one of those empty Twitch vacuums of void and nothingness. But yeah, they definitely got our vibes. A nice, wholesome community that's not just a bunch of jerks, but at the same time, you got a little bit of that Twitch chaos going on between streamers and chat. You can't not. That's always going to be everywhere. That's just chat. And we all love having a bunch of fun. They've got that sort of vibes going on over there. They're playing Stardew Valley, and apparently they're going to be doing some Phasmophobia later. So I think we can have some fun with that. I never made a raid message, so I don't know if I'm going to mess with that. But let's go say hi to Ruone-san. T. I mean, we are the chaos. But yeah, y'all have a wonderful night. It was nice chatting. Y'all take care of yourselves, get your water, rest, and I'll see you next time.